All right, we're back on the record outside the presence of the jury. We have counsel and Mr. Jackson present. Mr. Johnson, my understanding is you just informed me that you wanted to make a record on something, so go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor asked me at the end of the last break if I had anything more I wanted to say, and I said not at this time, but we have had a chance to look over some things, and the only, I believe that the only edit we requested to be made was a space of time between 10:13:55 and 10:16. If I made two, I'm not sure that we did. But when Mr. Scheer reported that he found another one, we had assumed that all of the stuff had been taken out. And I missed this. I'm prepared to admit that I missed the 10:58 thing, but I was under the hope, I guess, that the state had gone through and taken out all of the references for the reason that had been taken out of 10:13. In other words, I mean, if it applied to that one, it should apply to everything in the interview. And my basic objection again is to allowing the interview to be played at all. It's an extremely lengthy interview, and I'm gonna blame myself that we missed this, but we do think that the state was under some duty to make sure that references such as this were not in this video. And for that reason, Your Honor, we would request, we would ask for a mistrial at this time.
Mr. Scheer?
Your Honor, for what's already been previously stated, we'd resist this motion for mistrial and continue to go forward.
All right. Again, the specific objection made by the defendant is encapsulated in my ruling on the motions in limine. I received those by email. It does not cover the point we're talking about here. So again, I mean, the state was not ordered to redact the video to exclude that portion. So I'm not going to declare a mistrial based on a violation of a order when there was no order prohibiting the state from playing that portion of the video. Further, I would note that, please, I mean, as far as prejudice goes, I mean, if I'm recalling this by memory, as we all are at this point, but my recollection was Investigator Lucina said something about the heart rate being elevated, and the defendant responded, "I'm mad," which, you know, would be a perfectly reasonable explanation for an elevated heart rate in any event. So regardless, like I said, one, the state hasn't done anything wrong because they weren't ordered. They haven't violated any order. And two, regardless, I don't see any prejudice in the statement as is. So for those reasons, the motion for mistrial is denied, and we will proceed at this point. Are you folks ready to proceed, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Scheer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Terry, do we have everybody? All right, let's bring in the jury. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Go ahead and have a seat. It looked like it was raining out there, was it? All right. All right. Well, hopefully you all stayed dry and were able to find some food. Welcome back. I'm sure you all recall we were in the midst of a video. I think we still have some more video to go. So Officer Denlinger's still at the stand. We have all our jurors here, counsel Mr. Jackson, and I believe, Mr. Scheer, are we going to resume with the video?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, then you may go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At the time, sure. Yeah.
Right. You're pleasantly surprised that that did not hurt as bad as you had made it up in your
It
head.
wasn't pain, that was like
And
all over my head.
you were surprised, right? You were like, wow, I just shot myself in the foot and that didn't hurt.
Alex, have you searched out anything for mental health or depression or addiction or, anything of that nature on your phone at all?
Not really.
Not really? Tell me about what
Well,
the...
not that I remember.
Okay. Is it a yes or no question? No, you've never searched for any of those things on your phone.
Like searching and finding a brush or something?
Yeah, have you ever taken a quiz?
No.
No. You
I
ever?
don't really trust those.
Sure. But have you ever searched to find out if you're depressed or if you
I don't know.
No. Have you ever searched, anything about different medications related to mental health issues? How about beyond depression? Let's just call it mental health in general. Okay. Have you ever searched any of that on your phone?
About me, no.
About who?
Well, I just want, maybe I searched some random day, kind of, how does this affect something?
How does what?
Just some random illness.
What was the illness?
I don't know. I'm saying,
I'm only talking about mental health stuff, so I'm not worried about how,
well, yeah.
your plantar fasciitis affects your foot.
What?
Never mind. Your mental health stuff, so you have searched that on your phone before?
Well, no. Let's just say no.
Okay, that's fine. How about, have you done any research about shooting people or killing people? Sounds strange, but we found it on people's phones before. How about shooting yourself?
No.
How about suicide? Have you ever searched that?
Not for me.
Not for, who was it for?
Well, just worried about suicide.
Okay. Anything in the last couple?
So basically, no.
No, so nothing in the last couple months on that? Because we'll find out if we did. And it'll start to make more sense.
I'm sure you will if it's on there.
Yeah. We got a forensic guy that goes through that. I was just actually looking at my phone. Maybe we can take that. Some of the communications from my bosses, so I brought that up. Do you have a computer?
Yeah.
A laptop or
Desktop.
desktop? Is that in your bedroom?
It's like the room across from me.
Or is it just yours?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The room across your bedroom,
Yeah.
which is just yours. Now, my question would be, let's add that computer to it. Have you ever searched it on that computer?
It's probably the same as my phone answer, just on the computer.
Same answer. What they're doing with that door? What's there?
Have you seen Martha's computer? No. I can see your
What's that?
I see you trying to answer something.
I'm trying to help you, man. I don't know what to tell the hospital though when we leave. Do I tell them, hey, this guy needs a social worker, he needs someone to come down here for 2 weeks to give him an evaluation?
I mean, if it makes you guys feel better, that's good. I don't think I can.
I don't know if you do it either. I mean, right now, you haven't given me any background that there's nothing with your family. You haven't explained anything that would cause any of these issues in your life. So you might be the first generation to have any problems if you did. You seem coherent to me. The only reason I even ask is because this is such a sad ending to 3 lives that I'm trying to make sense of it. And when I can't make sense of it, because you don't come across as a monster. So that's the only thing I can think of is that something's going on in your life, and that's why I was trying to help you. Man, I know it seems like I wasn't, or I wasn't, like I didn't care, or I was kind of an asshole or something, but I'm not trying to be. I'm just, like, that's the only thing that makes sense. We are happy to go find the guy you're describing, catch him, arrest him, and put him in jail. That's what we do. Okay? But when we start to do that, and we just get the very beginning of it, and there's no evidence to support it, and all of the evidence doesn't like, yeah, it does. I mean, it's like so you. It's not even funny. But that doesn't mean that I know anything about you. I don't. I'm guessing. I don't know anything about your life or the struggles you're dealing with. I really don't. I don't have the clue. I've probably gotten close a couple times guessing, but I don't have any idea. I don't know what it is in someone's life that would be so bad that this would happen. I don't. You know, I get it, you know, why would you tell me, but, you know, unless you see a benefit in telling me what was so bad in your life, I'm guessing it's so bad that it's either too hard to talk about or too embarrassing to bring up or something.
I haven't really had anything.
Yeah, that's all traumatic. No, I don't have to be super traumatic or anything. I don't know what it is, honestly. I really don't. But I do know that burglars don't do this. A total stranger, that breaks into a house. That's not this. That's not total stranger stuff. None of this is total stranger stuff. Headshots are personal. Headshots are, I'm gonna make you quick. I'm gonna make sure you're dead. I'm not in the business to make you suffer. That's not my goal. My goal is just to stop what's going on in life.
Well, I don't really know too much about being with parents, but enemies or stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, it's not your parents. You've seen shows. You know how this works. Okay. What did your sister have to do with any of this?
I don't know
either.
Maybe he expected me to hear from my room, but it wasn't or something.
Are there bedrooms upstairs?
No.
Would you agree with me at least that it does seem like, from, you know, if you were in my
That
shoes,
looks like me.
yeah,
Yeah,
some of it, what parts do you think?
But probably there's no evidence, like I just said.
Right? Yeah. Any other part of it? What about the part where we talked about the orders and people were probably shot?
I don't understand the word and everything.
evidence, based on, part of the evidence in your statement, of course, is that you heard about 10 shots, maybe 11, right? Sure. You said 10, I think. Something like that, okay. You said about 10 shots. And I can tell you the evidence is super close. Super close? Yeah, you were almost spot on with that estimation of how many shots. For a guy that woke up sleeping, you'd think a couple of those shots would have went off, and then you would have woke up sleeping. But either way.
Have none of the other people on the street murder?
No.
Did you interview them?
What?
Did you interview them?
No, I didn't interview any of them.
Or did they talk to you?
Yeah. Well, I don't. Honestly, I'm not gonna tell you they did. I don't know. My coworkers, we go out, we do a canvas. It's super thorough. Like we said, we check all the cameras. Everyone's got a Ring camera these days. Home surveillance stuff, especially in a nice neighborhood like your own. We check all kinds of things, Wi-Fi, signals, cell tower signals, you name it, we check it, right? You interview people, talk about family backgrounds and stuff like that. So we'll interview them and say, hey, everything all right going over there? We might talk to coworkers, friends of the family and stuff like that, and just find out, our mom and dad talking about you. Are they saying anything about you? Problems they're having with you, struggles they're having with you, or anyone else for that matter. Like the guy that was anonymous, are they having problems with any guy that matches that description? Is there anything going on in the real estate, And I just suspect we're not going to find anything to support that, just like we didn't find anything to support it yet. And then there's these cameras in your house that are strangely not working when this happens.
They should be working.
Right. If a burglar had disconnected them, and your recollection is that the cameras work, but if a burglar had disconnected them, it would have been just minutes before the gun shot.
Do you know how long they've been off?
Do I?
Yeah.
No.
Did you still they're off?
Well, they're unplugged.
Well, one of them is wireless.
Well, I don't know what the answer to unplugged means then. Like I said, I wasn't there. I'm just told. That's what I was told. So if, I could be wrong on that one, but I'm just saying.
That looks like.
And you're agreeing with me that it does.
Well,
And I'm giving you the reasons I think it does. Have I been wrong before? Yes. Yep, I've been wrong before. Will I be wrong again? Yep, I'll be wrong again. Will that change your situation? Probably not. Probably not. Okay. We're going to do a thorough investigation. It's going to go on long after we're done talking today. Okay? We're going to get answers. I think I always tell people the best time to really give us an explanation on why things happen is the first time we talk. Listen, everyone lies to us. Everyone lies to us. That's what they do. It's the police, especially in a situation like this. They all lie to us. And I always tell them, I said, if you tell us the truth before we leave, you're not going to hold that against me. I'm not. Okay? Situations like these are hard as shit to deal with. It's super challenging. So, get past the I already lied to the part and I can't change my story. And we're fine with that. We always will be. Until we leave. Then we won't.
our story is the same.
I know. He agrees that we're not wrong in our thinking, that he looks like it.
Well,
Guy.
have you, and here's an honest to God's question is, have you felt a little different lately?
Like for like speeding.
Just maybe not so much physically, but like, has your mind been racing, or, you know, has your mind been racing, or having, like, you having a lot of anxiety lately, or hurt, like, sometimes, especially, males about your age, you know, it's not out of the normal for onset of mental health to, you know, that this can come on quickly. And so if maybe you've been feeling a little different, but you weren't really sure, and now that I'm saying it, you're like, you know.
My head feels pretty normal.
Okay. But not like having any bad thoughts lately?
Not really.
Okay. Some? You say not really.
I'm trying to think if I do that.
Okay. Because if you don't necessarily understand, sometimes it can be explained by just,
You ever hear voices? No.
never,
Hey, you ever heard of the Menendez brothers? Yeah. They were two young men that shot and killed their parents in their home and said it was an intruder. But later, when they went to jail, they changed their stories and said dad was abusing them, and it had been for pretty much their whole lives. And that was what they went to court with as far as their defense. And this has got a lot of hallmarks of that.
My parents are good to me.
Right.
I'll say that. Forever.
So, we talked about going to Oregon. You were going to visit mom's side of the family, right? Your grandma.
She passed away.
Passed away. Grandpa. Passed away. Aunts, uncles.
That's what they just went on to work. They did like a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
did you so?
Sister, no?
It's just mostly because my mom wants to visit her sister because she might not have a lot.
Who are your parents again now?
My mom? I don't know if my dad. I think he has some phone numbers.
You could be.
No. Now you both have phone problems.
So, I mean, Alex, like I said, reality's gonna come crashing down pretty quickly, okay? How do you want the rest of today to go?
Reality right now?
Okay, do you think you're gonna sit here all day?
I don't.
Okay. So if you leave the hospital, if you choose what you do today, then do what?
Just go home.
Then do what? Okay, well, going home today is not gonna be an option because there's a bunch of police officers at your house.
Does your dad, how do you support yourself right now? How do you support yourself right now?
How do I support myself?
Financially.
Who pays for your Chick-fil-A?
Well, my parents, because
At 20 years old?
yeah.
Who's gonna pay for it tomorrow?
I
Do you have money in the bank?
$30 or something.
So you got $30 in the bank.
I guess I have other money, but
Right. At any point, did you have a conversation? At any point, did you have a conversation with your dad about you needing to go find a job? Recently?
since the start of summer, so
What did he tell you?
well, I should just probably get a job, you know.
Did he give you
I
some
think
ideas?
there's a lot of people.
Did he give you some ideas on where he thinks you should get a job?
I think it was a good choice, but they never got back to me.
Did he say that was a good choice, or did you do that one on your own?
I think he said a good place to start because they were doing open interviews. So,
He encouraged you to go try to get a job at Ivy. And how did that open interview go for you?
I'd say it was a while ago that they never got back to me.
When did you go to that interview?
I think they did them April or maybe May.
So that's probably not the discussion we're talking about when you said your dad said it's summertime or you need to get a job.
Yeah, there was still working around. There were places.
Did dad tell you he wasn't gonna support your Chick-fil-A habit anymore?
Not really.
Not. What did he really say about continuing to support you?
That he had mine being there, I guess, was my other job.
So you could continue to stay as long as you could get a job. But if you didn't, then what?
He might have told me to go somewhere else.
He was gonna kick you out.
That's what I'm gonna say.
Because he said that. Right. Okay.
I guess he didn't say it directly, but he would imply it.
He implied it, right? Because when he didn't understand what you were going through, he probably didn't even try to understand it.
I don't understand it.
To understanding, otherwise he would have given you a little more flexibility with this.
I've always been giving him $100.
How often?
Like once a month.
Come on in. Come on in.
But that didn't last too long. Like, my kids go through a lot more than that.
Alex, who's your best friend?
Ryan Burke.
Who?
Ryan Burke.
Alright. Where's he
Come on
live?
in.
Could I choose you to see him? Where's he live?
Gibson.
Hello, hi, I'm Dr. Dole.
Hi, doctor.
Okay, so
Do you do any social media?
We are
Okay,
still in
Instagram,
conversation,
Twitter,
so
or anything?
if you want
I
to,
just do it for memes, you know.
What, Facebook or Instagram?
Instagram, Snapchat, we don't really use it.
Do you want to?
yeah, just a second.
Yeah. Does your sister have a lot of friends?
Yeah.
Who's her best friend? What'd you say Brian's last name was?
Burrack, B-U-R-R-A-C-K.
How do you know him?
From middle school. When I moved here.
Does he live in Cedar Rapids, you said?
Yeah, you were Gibson.
Like by Old Gibson?
Yeah.
Doctor wants to take a look at his foot for a second.
Hi, Andrew. I'm Dr. Dole. I'm here with podiatry.
Hours.
Nice to meet you. So, your doctor just asked me to come take a look at your foot to see if there's anything we need to do. So, if that's all right, I'm just gonna take a look. Are you having a lot of pain right now?
Not right now.
Okay, okay. So, can you tell me a little bit what happened with the foot here?
I got shot in the foot when I was falling around.
Okay, okay. Are you having any pain in the leg? Okay. Any pressure or pain on the back of the foot here? Any pressure or pain up through here?
Nothing off is pretty numb.
Okay, pretty numb right now. Can you wiggle your toes for me? Okay, good. Can you feel me touching you?
Yeah.
What about through here? Yep. Okay. Here?
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah.
And here?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you bring your foot up toward my hand? Yep. And then push your toes down against my hand. Good. Bring your toes back toward you that direction. Good. Can you push toward my hand there? Good. And then out this direction here. Okay, good. Do you guys have a Doppler in here?
Yes.
You've already done that. I just wanted to Doppler.
We have.
Here.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, hours ago.
Okay. Alex, your phone was going through that hallway you said? Yeah. What kind of phone is yours? Would you have a passcode on it?
Yeah.
Where's your passcode?
Are you gonna look into it or something?
It's just, well,
Yes. We're gonna go search warrant, let's throw it.
Hero Keto 49.
Hero what?
Keto? What's the Japanese acronym?
How to spell it?
HIROHITO. And then 49. I don't think there's any caps.
What, that's to get into your iPhone?
Yeah.
Oh, like it's not a number?
Dr. Lauren on 08.
Oh, you want my order?
Dr.
No, but
Lauren
the
on
password
08.
to get in. Like on your screen?
Oh, I know. That's my password.
Oh, it has words.
Yeah.
You said it's here, HIROHITO 49.
Yeah.
Now what does that mean? It's a Japanese.
It's from Western Japan back in World War II.
HIROHITO?
Yeah.
49. Is there Japanese,
Dr. Keith is on 7109. Dr. Keith is on surgery on 09.
Japan?
Okinawa.
Is your grandpa also?
I think he's from there. Yeah, he's from here.
So your dad's 50% Japanese?
He's in
Ryan King is the resident, but Baumgartner's the other one.
Okay, so I'm gonna go run top of
Yep.
him real quick. We just feel like Wikipedia or whoever it is. We're big, history. Oh, you like history? With the pyramids? Are you, the pyramids fascinate? I get fascinated by those. Do you?
Oh.
Yeah? How do you think they do?
I thought they showed a bunch of workers.
Maybe. I thought they flooded I think they flooded it and slowed the blocks up.
That makes no sense. Does that make any sense to you?
No, I've seen it on TV.
You see blocks of stone float?
Well, because if you're in water, if I could pick you up in water.
It'd be hard to do that to the pyramids.
Okay, guys. Well, what do you guys think
Or
happened?
they use like a houseboat, they put the
Maybe.
plastic,
Listen, if you got in water, right now I might struggle to pick you up, but if you got in water, I could pick you up, right?
No, I think you could probably do it either way.
Well, but it would be easier in water. Right?
What do you want us to do with you today? What do you think we have to do? Based on what I told you about.
Greg Ryder, can you take a pharmacy call in 05? Greg, 05.
Somewhere else or something?
What's out here?
You're not gonna stay here.
Probably, yeah, they're probably not gonna keep you
No,
for that.
I asked him out
You
there.
can't go back home, it's crime scene. So other options include jail,
Slaughter.
which is not crazy.
Dr. Keating, on 09.
I haven't cited. Okay.
Dr.
Cited,
Keating,
that's
09.
where you're not. Just given all that we know.
Where else?
You know, in the long run, whether it be jail or you go to, what did you say your best friend's name was?
Ryan Barak.
Is he from Cedar Rapids?
Yeah.
He's not just some guy you know online, right?
No. I met him in middle school.
Not in middle school.
Bryant or what, Ryan? Is he someone you open up to?
Just talk to him?
Sure.
Well, if I wanted to know who knows the most about you in the entire world, who would it be besides yourself?
How you spell Barak?
B-U-R-A-C-K.
B-U-R-I?
B-U-R-R-A-C-K, I think.
Who would know the most about you?
I guess,
Him?
yeah.
Do you have a lot of friends? Yeah. Who else then?
Cole Carr.
Cole Carr.
Yeah. K-J-A-R.
K-H-A-R.
K-J-A-R.
Oh, K-J-A-R. Where and how do you know him?
No school.
Okay. So you're really friends with people you were friends with in middle school? You're friends with people that you're...
Because he went to the same.
Yeah, I know, but usually people, they get to college and there's a lot of high school, like my best friends in high school I don't really talk to anymore. So it's cool that you still maintain that from middle school. Did Serena have a lot of friends?
Yeah.
Did you like any of them?
Sure.
Well,
I didn't really know them.
you say sure, but that's like saying like, whatever. You gotta do what you do.
I guess I like them over and then not liking them.
Would they come over?
Yeah.
Would friends come over? Would your friends come over? Yeah.
Yeah.
They would?
Yeah.
When was the last time you had anything to eat or drink?
Last night.
Last night? Okay. Alright, so nothing, no food this morning at all? Okay. I think,
Some water.
yeah, otherwise you're a pretty healthy guy. Any other health issues that you have?
Just allergies.
Okay, any heart, lung issues, something like that? Okay, you're not diabetic? Okay. So here's what I think. I think we should at least rinse this out, clean it out, make sure that it's cleaner, okay? Because when you talk about, gunshot wound going in there, you have a lot of dirty metal going into the foot, you want to clean it out, give you some good antibiotics. You do have on your x-ray, looks like some fracture, your bones in some pieces there. But the things that I'm most concerned about, the artery in that area, that looks good. I can hear your artery, so that's a good thing. We would treat you with no weight on the foot, okay, so you'd be on crutches. Not able to put weight on there because of the fracture, your bones in a few pieces there.
You want to heal?
We want it to heal, yep, in that position. But I think you would benefit from at least cleaning it out, just to rinse it out, make it cleaner, and then you'd still be on antibiotics and everything. But I think I would anticipate you'd be able to go after the surgery, after you wake up from anesthesia, okay? But that won't be for a couple hours, because we got to get everything set up in the operating room and have to finish up with a couple other patients, but that would be the plan for today. Do you have questions about any of that? So, and typically I don't close the bullet hole wounds, okay, because if we close it, then we're just closing off where an infection could start in there, and so those are going to have to heal in, your body's going to have to heal those all in, okay, but I might need to make the hole a little bit bigger to wash it out, and then close that portion of it, okay. And then we keep you on antibiotics for a couple weeks till we know that you're not going to have an infection. I mean, the biggest risk for this type of surgery is that, if you didn't heal or if it became infected, you might have to have a repeat surgery to clean it out again, okay? Other risks are you still have some risks to that artery and to the nerve surrounding the area, so you could have numbness in that area later on. If the fracture doesn't heal, there's a chance you could have to have surgery later on to put plates and screws in there to heal it up and put it in a better position, okay? luckily the bone looks like it's in a good position right now to heal as it is. And since it's a contaminated wound and because it's in quite a few pieces, I wouldn't recommend putting hardware or plates and screws in there right now, okay? So today is just to clean it out and make it cleaner. Alright? Alright, sounds good. So we'll get you set up on the schedule for later this afternoon then, okay? Ready.
You guys just gonna continue in Sarasota? Perfect. So he'll go home tonight, hopefully, or be discharged tonight, after he wakes up. And I'll let you know when I have a time.
Can he continue to have water?
No.
Okay.
No, because they'll do surgery and they don't want you. It's like a washout, I don't think it takes more than, I mean, I don't work in the water, I would say like 15, 20 minutes. Like, how about there, I just can do it here? No. Yeah, please, or, I just chat with you for a minute and then we can, anything else from her? Yeah? And then I'll just follow up with them now.
Not too bad. Or better than you. At least it's done bleeding.
Sean?
No. Have not.
Point pain.
Yeah. What are you thinking about? I can kind of see the wheels turning up there. Don't know what to do.
I'm actually.
Like what?
Someone briefly
Hello, registration Investigator registered also. Can I register them?
See if those guys are ready for that.
Okay.
Are they still talking right out there?
You can just call us if it's ready. I was only that.
Registration?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Registration.
Oh, like
Yeah, just to be registered here. Dog's name. Hero? Did you pick that out?
Yeah, I guess.
Is it your dog or just the family dog?
He's not the best one, but
Yeah. Gets into trouble.
he thinks he's not supposed to.
That's what?
He thinks he's not supposed to.
Yeah. Is it mostly your dog or?
Just family stuff.
No. Just growing up, we had a family dog, but it's pretty much my dog, so everyone liked to pretend like it was theirs, but you knew who we liked more.
I think he likes my mom for one just because she usually feeds him more.
Yeah. Mine always slept in my bed even though it was the family dog, so I always figured it was my dog. Is he an indoor dog?
Both.
Yeah.
You can't always hang him out outside.
Yeah.
You know?
Two.
Where are they?
What's that?
Where are they?
One's a border collie and one is a beagle and Boston Terrier mix. They're getting old though.
What are your dogs like?
Oh, not too bad. My border collie's well behaved. My other one just gets into everything and runs all the time. Believer had to have a fence, so I just take off and run 5 blocks away. Wasn't very good at sticking around. Was yours a runner?
I was pretty, well, he knows me feed him.
Yeah.
I think his life is pretty centered around food.
Yeah, as most dogs are. discuss it with him. All right, thank you. All right.
Are they coming in or are we gonna?
Registration was checking when I told them to talk to you guys.
Oh, they just put them off for a minute. When they come.
Alright. You keep hanging out out here?
Yes, please. Unless, if you want someone else to relieve you.
Yep.
Tell me about cleaning that gun last night.
Last time, or, last time we used it, it was kind of year ago.
When was the last time you got that thing out to clean it with your dad? A little bonding time. Where did you get it from?
Let's see. I think he had a box, and I think I took it out of my room, maybe. Because he was out from the exorcist.
Which is down by your room, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And,
That was yesterday?
Yeah.
You took it out of either your room or the exercise room yesterday?
out of the box.
And then you put it over where?
Kind of near the fireplace.
Okay. And you and your dad were both cleaning it or just you?
Over both parents and trying to see what was wrong.
How many times have you taken that particular gun out before?
I don't know. A few times?
Have you ever went and bought a gun by yourself?
No.
Okay. So a few times you've taken it out, it's jamming, so you decided to clean up.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay. So what do you got out? Tell me what it looks like to clean it.
We got that ramrod thing. I know we put that back in the, or at least I put it back in the exercise room.
Okay. Anything else? Cleaning stuff?
Well, you know what, it's just like a regular towels.
Right. So you clean the barrel.
Yeah. Well, we cleaned the whole thing, we didn't want our hand.
Tell me about it. Is it a bolt action or what is it?
It's semi-automatic.
How many rounds did it hold?
I don't know. Up to 12? I don't know. I don't know how many bolts it to, but it was a whole lot. So,
Okay. We're talking just this particular one there. And how long before you cleaned it and you used it last? We're talking a month, a week, 6 months.
well, I think I looked at it once, but we haven't shot it for a while. Because of how expensive ammunition is.
How much ammo did you have for it?
I would say one box.
Okay.
So the box that was laying next to it.
Probably.
Why did you have a box of ammo next to it?
Genesis, I don't.
To what?
Get the bullets sticking out. Because that's what they were doing in their game here.
So you got them out. You put them in the box, right?
Well, they're in the box. I brought the box out.
Was it empty when you got it out to clean it? No, it was loaded.
Yeah.
And then,
Oh, well, the gun wasn't loaded.
okay, the gun was.
What the magazine was?
No.
So the gun in your house was not loaded.
No.
And you happen to have an empty box laying around that you gotta send the rounds off into. So
No, we had the ammo box that we were. I had the ammo box there too.
To load the magazine.
Sure, there's not many magazines.
For what?
For the gun. It's like in the stock.
okay.
It's an older one.
So the bad guy came into your house and loaded the gun too.
I guess.
So would there be any reason that your fingerprints would be on those shells then?
The shells? Probably when I was drawing that ammo.
When you were what?
throwing money out,
Well,
fixing it and stuff.
okay, so, well, where were those rounds before, as you emptied them, you put them where?
Back in the box.
Okay,
You said,
So
you
he
told me
would-
earlier you didn't leave the gun there at the fireplace. You cleaned it and then it got put away?
No, I put away that one. For now. No, I put away the cleaning part, that was it.
No, I'm talking way earlier in our conversation. You talked about, you're not sure where you left the gun, but one on the fireplace. Where you had where to put it.
I think because my dad was also still looking at it or something.
And you said the gun was not left out on the fireplace where you cleaned it, you said.
It was.
Okay, so it was left on the fireplace.
Yeah.
And so, but now what we do need to believe is that this burglar came into your house, sat there, loaded the gun.
are we gonna find anybody else's fingerprints on those shell casings besides you and your dad?
I don't think so.
Yeah, no,
Why
you-
not?
Well, that's just because we didn't.
Okay, so whoever loaded those then would have been you or your dad.
Well, the burglar could
Well, I just asked you that.
Yeah.
Will we find any other fingerprints on
Well,
the shell
not
casings
besides me.
besides you or your dad?
Yeah, well, you could have looked at gloves or something.
When you told us the gun was empty,
Yeah.
And you already said he didn't have gloves.
What?
You've already said he didn't have
I
gloves.
never said,
You
I never said he had.
I asked. You said he had a ski mask on.
Well, yeah, that's why I couldn't.
Yeah, no gloves. And if you're fighting with the hands, that would be something that would stand out. So,
Well,
Are there
there's
gonna-
not much description of it.
okay, yeah, and that's weird.
Well, it's just because he's a white clothing.
Okay, well,
so,
no, I'm not trying to do anything. What I'm saying is, so
this just adds to.
there's
our
not gonna
interest.
be anybody else's fingerprints on those shells.
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you know how Brandon swabbed your hands?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you go up?
Probably got this far.
Huh?
It's probably when I was cleaning some stuff this morning.
Well, that stuff doesn't last through the night. And like you said, you cleaned it and you used the oil, or you didn't want the oil
We're
on
cleaning
it.
You fired it. I mean, we have evidence of that, so I guess we're okay on that portion, right?
But as far as, you know how we swabbed that blood too?
Yeah.
Well, then Brandon will take that back and lab test. And is there a reason that not all of that blood is not yours?
Probably because I was rolling around.
Okay. How were your mom's?
My mom's put on me.
Could spatter? And it had spattered on your hand?
No way.
Huh?
No way.
No way.
Yeah, how would it be on there? Because you said she was upstairs, right?
Well, you said that.
But if she's up, I never saw her, so.
Okay. You said she was upstairs.
Well, I'm assuming that's where she is.
Okay.
She was, someone shot her upstairs.
And so
5 times.
that's when you swabs everything. Okay? Is there any reason why your mom's blood would be anywhere on your body?
Not that I know.
Okay, so if it is what?
What?
If it is, huh? No, well, you don't know that. So if it is, because see, stuff can, we get blood spatter on the wall that you don't necessarily see, and we've got a lot of blood, and that's why Brandon took lots of different swabs from everywhere.
Yeah.
So then what he does is then it all gets tested. Did you go upstairs at any point to where your mom's blood could be on your body?
Can you say that again?
Did you go upstairs and get within close enough range, then none of your mom's blood will be on your body?
Right.
Okay, so what happens when it is?
I don't know.
Well, what do you mean you don't know? Are you gonna continue to tell me that you had nothing to do with it?
Yes.
You
That's the
are?
only story there is.
No, it's not. You're gonna continue with that story.
What's my story?
Tell me about
It is
the
your
correct
story. It's a great story?
It's the correct story.
Tell me
Well, in
about,
your mind.
tell me about Dad again.
What about?
Okay. Where were?
Mr. Shear,
How
I
long
want to
did
hit
this-
pause for a second. Oh, we're just gonna, I mean, it's after lunch, we've had low lights, I think we could all benefit just from a quick stretch, I know I could, so. Y'all ready to sit back down? Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Sheeran, you can resume the video.
Couple or 2 years.
Okay.
I think tire hauler is the first one.
So how long did, okay, well, let's go back. How long has it been since your mom retired?
Probably since we moved to Newport,
Yeah.
and then, which, before we moved here, she had her own business.
Oh,
She's a photographer.
Took photos and stuff like that. Did your sister, did you tell us if she worked anywhere?
Half of her stores.
Oh, I have birth books. Okay. Tell me more about your dad. About when he retired.
I think he was fed up with international paper, because he's a manager there, but he just didn't really like me.
You got along with people?
Yeah, he had some friends there, but I know he had a wife as well.
Does he get along with people in general?
What?
Does he get along with people in general? Including you? Then why were you guys having so many problems with it? What about him telling you you need to move out if you're not going to get a job?
Well, that's just because it's what I should do.
Okay. Tell me. You're the only one that I want.
That's just what I should do.
Did Dad confront you about your grades?
Not really.
No, come on now.
He just wanted to make sure I had a job.
He called you out on it. He's not going to pay for that. He's been over this.
Well, no, he promised to pay half of it.
Yeah.
And so he wanted to make sure I started getting jobs to pay for the rest of it.
Yeah. If I'm going to pay for half of your college, you're going to get a job.
Yeah.
You're going to pay for the other half. You're not showing any effort. You haven't showed a drop of effort to go get a job. You've been
jobs.
Huh?
I've done job applications.
You showed up for the open interview at ID?
Yeah.
What are you hoping to get a job being the #1 guy on Halo?
No.
Okay.
We just talked about it.
Heidi, how are you going to pay for college for the part-time job at Heidi?
Loans or something.
Loans or something? You don't have it figured out. He's worried you didn't have it figured out either. And it's all going to come back on him. Am I right? He was concerned about that. Am I right?
Well, no, it's just law.
Because then you got to fall on him. Right? He told you that, right?
Yeah, because he's just paying for the first time.
Correct?
Yeah.
And you're going to be on your own soon.
Yeah.
And you're not going to continue to support your habits. Right?
Right. I feel like it.
Is that frustrating? Is that frustrating?
We're just dealing with fine.
He's just not more sympathetic to,
Well, no, I understand. He wants the best for me.
probably wants the best from you.
Okay.
Does he get that?
My hand, I guess.
You would know. I mean, according to you, he's not. The 2 years that you paid for it, you probably got what? 30 credits?
Sure.
In 2 years.
Sure.
And shouldn't you have double that?
Value for this semester and stuff. I didn't even do all on my end.
Right. I'm telling you, he was frustrated. I can tell. I can tell in your reactions. I'm not saying they're justified. Okay. But this is an issue between the two of you. This grades, you're not having a job.
Well, I was working on this.
Is he okay with how fast you were working on it?
As long as I get one for this summer.
Summer job? What are you going to pay for with the summer job?
I can start stockpiling.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to have a whole lot of luck stockpiling a part-time IV job to pay for that. You know? Listen, the whole point of this is that I understand where you're at, and I understand how hard it is to deal with a parent who's got expectations that are not reasonable. Okay, I know
Well,
that.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but you weren't accomplishing what he was hoping.
Well, I was working.
If you weren't working hard enough, and I gotta assume you was being frustrated, because if you were working hard enough, jobs are a dime a dozen right now. You could go get one anywhere doing anything at any time. You could show up and have a paycheck by the end of the day almost. That's how many jobs are available right now. Okay? And school is totally doable. Okay? A guy with no job, with no girlfriend, okay, should have all the time in the world to pass classes with a B. Okay, you chose not to put in the work. And he was paying for it.
Okay.
I'm not mad at you for it, it wasn't my money. But if you want to tell me that he was upset, legitimately upset with you about this, and that him railing on you,
He's letting me make my own mistakes.
I don't know. You've done that. He probably didn't anticipate it, you know. It would come to this.
Well, I didn't do it.
You know.
Is there any part of you that? I'm sorry.
What is this?
Wasn't that coming?
Let me ask you this.
I think, Matt, if he wants to play this, I'm good at this point.
We haven't been in your
Because,
house,
well,
so,
can I talk to you for a second?
Yeah, yeah.
Before we,
yeah.
because at this point, after doing that, I'm kind of good with it for a while. So, can you just stay right there for a minute?
Mr. Shear, that's the end of this video, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you folks a choice. We have another video. I've been informed it's approximately 25 minutes. So we can take that's been a lot of video. We can take a break now, or we can kind of proceed with the next video and take a break after. So I have no strong preferences. I know you're the ones who've been sitting here paying attention, and I'd like to give you a choice. Do you have any strong preferences? I'm seeing. All right, I'm hearing keep going from the gallery. So, Mr. Shear, you may. I don't believe, investigator, that I reminded you that you are still under oath to tell the truth. And with that, Mr. Shear, do you have some questions first?
I do, and Your Honor, I would also just like to clarify for the record, on State's Exhibit number 5, we ended at 1:07 p.m., and the court asked if that was the end of the video. That's all that we were playing, but there is another about hour and a half, but there is no further questioning or speaking in that video. So we just wanted to clarify with the court there was still another hour and a half left of the video that the parties agreed not to play.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Denlinger, we saw quite a lengthy interview conducted with the defendant at the hospital. Was that the only time that you spoke to the defendant?
No, it was not.
When did you speak to the defendant again?
I spoke to him again later that evening, approximately 8:30 p.m.
Where did you speak to him at?
at the Cedar Rapids Police Department.
And I think you said you spoke to him around 8 p.m.?
It was sometime after 8 for about a half an hour, between 8 and 9.
Why was there a significant gap in time from when you first spoke to the defendant at the hospital to when you spoke to him again at the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
We left the hospital so he could have his treatment on his foot.
And so was he discharged from the hospital when he was brought to the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Yes,
So no further treatment was needed at that time?
correct.
What I have already loaded is State's Exhibit 153. It is a recording of the interview that you conducted with the defendant at the Cedar Rapids Police Department. Have you had a chance to review that interview?
I have.
And when reviewing that interview, does State's Exhibit 153 represent a fair and accurate copy of that interview?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that State's Exhibit 153 be omitted into the record and be published for the jury.
Mr. Johnson?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, then at this time, State's Exhibit 153 is admitted, and you may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's see if we can get through any technical difficulties.
So you can put that ice on it? Oh, that's probably a good thing. All right, let's do that. Better? Hey, let me have that. Look at the bag ice. You good? You need water in there, then? I'm fine for right now. For right now? Yeah. Okay. I'll ice back in. Yeah, I'll do it. Where's that for you? Above your knee? Okay. You said normal water? Sure. Now you want water? Yeah. Hey. Okay. this hour, okay? Water, okay, close the door, you're passed.
Thank you.
Yep, same goes, if you need anything, give me a shout, okay?
Okay.
Hey, Alex, how you feeling?
Better.
Better. That's good. They put a cast on your foot.
Yeah.
I guess. It's good. Is all this stuff yours?
Probably.
I think so. I'm just gonna leave it right there. It'll be fine. Hey, got a few more developments.
Okay.
I'd like to chat about, maybe you could tell me about your foot too, but I'm gonna read your rights again, just like we did before, okay?
Okay.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to an attorney and to have an attorney present during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided by the court without cost to you if you wish. You understand those?
Yeah.
I'll let you sign there at the top if you want to talk to us. Yeah, you just, there you go. Well, if you don't mind, why don't you tell us what they told you about your foot? What's the prognosis?
I think it was fractured or something.
I kind of remember her saying that.
Cleaned it over before.
Then she made some reference about maybe there's an artery or something that runs through there, or a nerve or something.
I think some nerve damage.
Is it numb?
A bit, yeah.
Yeah. Here with your toes and stuff?
A little bit, yeah.
Sure.
That's good.
So they give you a thumbs up though, like you should be able to walk on it when it's all healed up.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
That's good.
What's the ice pack for?
The swelling or something.
On your knee?
Because the blood.
Oh.
Yep. Slows it down. Well, that's good. Hey, so I know when we left, we kind of told you where we were at on this thing, and you told us where you were at on that thing. So one of the big things that we needed to really hammer out was this video, right? This ring video from your house that would help substantiate some of what you told us. And I talked to my guy Jeff. He does all the forensic or digital forensic type stuff, phones and computers and cameras and things like that for us. Good news, he did a search warrant for the ring and got it back. There are no clips of anyone leaving your house. That one in the back, there is a clip there that they were looking at, and it just kind of, we used that as an example of how much of your yard it covered. That was the whole backyard.
Okay, I didn't know that was one in the back.
Yeah.
I thought it was just one.
So there's that one, right? And there's that one camera in the backyard. And again, I mean, there's They're apparently the motion activated.
Because last night, didn't they get him dumping water out the,
Yeah, you can't-
dump some water out the back? A bucket of water?
Maybe my parents did.
No, he said it looked like you. Did your dad look like you though?
Sure.
Okay. Well, someone went out back, dumped a bucket of water, maybe went up to that screened-in porch.
Okay.
Oh, okay, you clearly didn't know about the camera, but I'm telling you, there's a camera back there. It captures your whole backyard, including what appeared to be you. I didn't personally see it. I'm just relaying what he told me.
Okay.
And he also told me there's no video of anyone leaving.
Okay.
The front, same thing. No video of anyone leaving. With that in mind, I know that earlier was really stressful for you. You know, you've just been shot in the foot. Things were rough. Now's a good time that if you want to, you know, let us into your little world about what happened. You know, we're all ears. Like I said before about lying to us, we understand people have reasons, and we can't promise you that if we weren't in your shoes, we wouldn't do the same thing. But at some point, you gotta just be honest with us, man. We know no one left.
Well, I'm telling you how I saw it, you know?
Right? You still think someone was there?
Yeah. I know someone was there.
Okay, how did they get out?
I can't really remember. Probably the door they came in, or...
But they didn't.
But you were upstairs. There's just not...
We have you have video. My dad has videos on the front and back of the house and on the garage. The only exit and entry points.
Did you and your dad wash cars yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, how would we know that? Because it's on the camera.
Yeah.
Right. So what we're saying is, like Matt told you, the videos come back. He expedited the search warrant since we're investigating a homicide. Okay, so it got back quickly, and nobody left your house after the shooting had happened, all right? And so
What time do you think you woke up yesterday? Or today, I should say. Was it 8:12 when you said that, or you called 911?
21.
8:21? I'm sorry, I may have gotten that slightly wrong.
Is that when I called? Okay.
How long before that did you wake up for the day?
Maybe 5 to 10 minutes, I don't know.
Okay, so conservatively, we could say you were asleep till at least 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
Okay. So who's using your phone at 6 a.m. to get on social media? Who's using your phone at 6 a.m. to get on social media?
Maybe me? I don't know. I don't remember.
But how could you use it at 6 if you were asleep till 8? You see what we're saying, Alex? It's
What's
time,
social media?
Alex,
time to just,
that's not the point.
the gig's up, bud.
No one left. You're awake much earlier than you called. Okay, because you're brainstorming how to get your ass out of this trouble you're in. That's clear. In addition, we know when people were shot in that house. We know that it's not physically possible for someone to get... When you heard shots, you told us earlier that you'd heard maybe 10 shots.
Something like that.
Sure. They're just in a row? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 or whatever? In a row? All one little burst?
No. Maybe some bursts, but not in a row.
Okay. Tell us about that.
I think it's just in like a few bursts or something.
Yeah. How long are we talking about? 10 seconds total, or 5 seconds, or 2 seconds? Or 10 minutes?
A minute, maybe?
So there's a little gap, and there's like a minute.
Yeah, 10, let's say 10 shots in a minute or something.
Okay. So over a minute, there's about 10 shots.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so in that minute, when did you wake up? You clearly woke up after the first shot. Otherwise, you wouldn't guess there was 10, right? Or what you perceived to be the first shot.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Came in, went straight downstairs. Well, how's the bad guy supposed to get past you upstairs to kill your mom? And then come back downstairs only to be standing down there when you get down there to confront him.
Well, he was kind of a bit slow about getting downstairs, but that's...
He was or you were?
I was, I guess.
How far from the back door are the steps?
The back door to the steps?
No, the back door of the house, from the screen porch. Once you walk in, can you see the steps?
No.
Okay, you gotta turn and go somewhere?
You have to go through the kitchen, into the hallway.
Or through the living room, you could get there.
There was we have a dog fence there, right?
Oh,
Mom doesn't want us going through it, so.
okay, but you can step over it, you're a big guy.
I think I
sure.
had to put some stuff in the way.
Okay.
Well,
Regardless.
let's just say that we hammered out every detail. We took into account your theory about a ski masked intruder coming in with the worst description on the planet, and we gave it due diligence. Okay? I told you we went into this, and there was nothing about this story that seemed like it was an intruder, right? But you didn't want to change your story. You wanted to stick with the intruder. And we wanted to be thorough. And we wanted to be thorough in the really, really off chance. And I know why. And the why's a pretty good reason. Okay, you got a lot of baggage dealing with that family. I get it. We all know about it. We've talked to your friends. We've talked to friends of your sisters. You know, we understand the baggage of the weight that you're under. You know, these things do not just come out of the blue. Okay? We took into account your story. And now that we've completely thrown that out, knowing that that's not possible, we're coming to you for an explanation. Not some story. A story's made up. An explanation for what brought you there today. What got you to that point in your life? I got my paper out. You know, I'll write it down, man.
Well, I didn't do it.
I was gone at home. Look at me. I went home. Sarah went home. We came back to listen to you, to tell us what happened.
Alex, I mean, we went through what you said, okay?
Okay.
Because we wanted to find, listen, I'll give you the respect and believe you until it just gets to the point where it's just fantasy now, okay? And when we get, so what do? We expedite the ring cameras because hey, if we can see some guy coming and going from the house, that is what we need to see. Well, we don't see that. So in order for your story to be true, that means somebody would have had to bypass your ring cameras and not set them off. Get lucky enough that a door was unlocked and they picked the right door to be unlocked.
Well, we don't usually lock our doors.
Okay, fine. But then for them to know that, now you call them an intruder, but I'm not going to call them that because nobody came in there to burglarize anything. They came in there to murder people because that's all that happened there. No items were taken. But if they came there to murder people, like you said, then they would have had to get lucky enough that you had left a gun out for them and left ammunition out so they could load the gun. And then be able to know right where everybody's at and shoot everyone and get in a fight with the biggest person in the house and struggle with the gun and be able to escape without you hurting them or without them setting off the cameras. So they've now come and gone, and we have none of that. So we looked in, that's your story. I'm pretty sure if I tell that story to you, you cannot sit there and look me in the eye and say, yeah, well, that did happen. Because come on, you just heard me say it. That's not even possible. It's not, Alex.
You developed that story before you realized there was a camera on the back of your house. Because I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. I think Dad puts those things up. You don't pay that close attention to them. And that's just one of those things. You weren't thinking straight, Alex. You weren't. People that are thinking straight don't do these kind of things. They talk themselves out of it. They go have a beer. They talk with their friends. They go for a drive. They cool off. They realize, these things that I'm stewing about are not that big a deal. Whether my sister votes Democrat or my parents always take her side or whatever, or they're judging me or life's not a success. Those are things that normal people have to figure out a way to work themselves through. Okay? That's why I don't think you were really thinking that straight when you came up with that story and things like that, or when you called us. You know why we think you did it. Okay, we've explained it to you like 10 times here and earlier today.
Well, I don't know what else you want from me then.
Well, Alex, are you ashamed? Is that why you don't want to tell us?
Well, I don't want to tell you because I didn't do it.
Well, you don't want to, no, you did do it, but there's a reason why you don't want to tell us. Is it because you're scared of what's going to happen if you tell us? I mean, these are things we can talk through with you. Because your family's dead at this point. You don't have anyone to talk about this with. You realize this, right?
Who's the disciplinarian in your house, Alex? If you get in trouble, who's the disciplinarian?
Either parent?
Either parent's not mom.
It's either a parent.
People we talk to seem to think it's mom.
They do?
They do. And you know that it probably is too. And not probably, you probably complained to them about it. Or they probably seen her do it to you.
Well, parents discipline me if I act out of line or something. Are you sure you really talk to my friends then?
Yeah, for sure.
Because then you'd know that I am delayed in playing games with my friends like every night.
I didn't say you weren't delayed, and I didn't say you didn't get punished.
Because of the movie time, or whatever.
Because of family movie time?
Yeah.
Why don't you watch the whole movie? Why'd you only watch a little bit of it?
Because we just do like an hour a night. Pretty much.
Do you enjoy it?
Yeah. It's family time, so.
Yeah.
Well, so?
Well, Mom could force me to sit and watch a movie for an hour every night too, and after a while I might resent her for it because I want to hang out and video game with my friends. Doesn't mean I would enjoy it.
Well, I enjoy it. Especially if it's a good movie, yeah.
You guys do puzzles together?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Or like board games, like Life and
Yeah.
card games.
Were you helping put together that puzzle downstairs?
That's my sister's thing. She makes puzzles.
Yeah. You never did them with her?
No, I'm not really a puzzle guy.
We heard you butt heads on politics quite a bit over there.
Well, that's just how it is.
Do you butt heads with all three of them on it?
Well, all of them think differently. So,
Than you or each other?
oh, everyone thinks differently. That's just how
Did it upset you that the three of them, you were kind of the odd man out on things?
well, not necessarily.
That didn't bother you?
I wasn't always the odd man out.
Did you ever tell people you were?
I was the odd man out.
Yeah. That bothered you?
Not really. I guess I talk politics with some of my friends.
Anything else about this that you want us to know, that you think we should know, that we don't already know from what we talked to you about?
Not that I can really think of right now.
Because this is what's happening, Alex. I just remember earlier today we talked about what do you want to happen at the end of the day? You want to go home, right? When you're not going to go home,
Okay.
you're being charged with murder of your mom, your dad, and your sister. And you're going to go to jail. So, if you don't have anything else that you want to tell us, Matt and I are going to get up, and the officers are going to put you in handcuffs and take you over to the jail. This is your last opportunity to speak with us or to get your side of the story out before we finalize everything.
I've given you my side of the story.
Okay. And that's fair enough.
So there should be 3 counts of first-degree murder.
Anything?
Nope. All right.
Your Honor?
Yes.
That would conclude the playing of State's Exhibit 153. There is approximately 8 minutes left on that exhibit. That last 8 minutes consist of the charging information and them escorting the defendant out of the room. So at this time, we would conclude playing State's Exhibit 153.
But that additional information is on the exhibit.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's close enough to 3. We've been watching videos for a while. We're going to take our mid-afternoon break, so ask that you be ready to go by 3:15, and I'd remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously. some discussion earlier about 154, I think the door ring. Are there issues with that I need? Okay. I think the parties are resolved. Good. Okay. I always hesitate to ask about issues, but unless you determine there is one, but yeah. No, I'm good. Thanks, though. You've got that video tray open. You're not planning on using it, are you? No. Good, good. Yep. All right, go ahead and have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're back on the record. We have our jurors, counsel, Mr. Jackson, all present, and Investigator Denlinger is still at the witness stand. And Investigator Denlinger, I would just remind you, sir, that you are still under oath. And with that, I believe we're done with videos for a while. And Mr. Scheer, you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Denlinger, we saw quite a bit of information in the last almost 5 hours of videos that was played. So I want to kind of talk a bit about some of that, okay?
Okay.
First off, as an investigator, are you given ways to develop techniques or skills on how to conduct investigations?
Yes.
And where do you get those skills or that knowledge to do those types of investigations or interviews?
I received the majority of that through on-the-job training and through an interview and interrogation classes that I've attended.
And you stated yesterday that prior to being involved in investigations against crimes against people, that you had been involved with narcotics investigations. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, is it safe to say that you're very familiar with narcotics
Yes.
and drugs
Correct.
and how they can affect individuals?
Yes.
Because once again, how many years of experience did you have with narcotics investigation?
I think it was between 8 and 9 years of work in the in the narcotics unit.
And so I imagine similar as you've had training and other conferences or seminars you've gone with crimes against individuals, did you do that with crimes with narcotics?
Yes.
And can you just kind of explain some of those general conferences or seminars that you attended?
Well, a lot of the conferences and stuff would be, narcotics investigative techniques, things like that, updates on what drugs are being used, street drugs and things like that. And then just throughout that time, I had opportunity to interview hundreds of people, some of them on drugs, some of them, addicts, some of them, sober. So I've just had a lot of experience dealing with drugs, how drugs are, what different types of drugs typically do to people, things like that. So it's like firsthand experience.
And are you familiar with the drug fentanyl?
I am.
What is fentanyl?
Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid. It's similar to morphine. It was designed as an alternate painkiller.
And are you aware of any side effects an individual could experience when they are given fentanyl or take fentanyl?
I mean, there's a lot
I
of...
would like to object at this point, and may I voir dire the witness?
You may.
Good afternoon, investigator.
Good afternoon.
You're not a medical doctor, are you?
No.
Any medical training at all?
First aid, CPR, stuff like that.
Sure. But you have not administered fentanyl to people as an anesthetic in a hospital setting, have you?
No, I have not.
And what you're about to testify to is what you've observed on the street or whatever with fentanyl as in the drug of abuse, correct?
Not necessarily. Some of my experiences, yes, interviewing people or being aware of the effects of fentanyl, but also some of it is just reading about it, so I have a better understanding of it.
So you've read about fentanyl,
Correct.
but you don't have any sort of medical degrees.
That's correct.
And do you know how much fentanyl Mr. Jackson was given at the hospital?
At the hospital, no, I don't recall exactly how much he was given.
And do you know how much fentanyl he was given in the ambulance on the way there?
No, I'd have to review the thing. I believe he was given one dose of it, so 100
100 what?
milligrams, I believe. I don't actually know.
Okay. So, Your Honor, I would like to object to this line of questioning as it has nothing to do with fentanyl as an anesthetic administered in a hospital and would confuse the jury.
At this point, the objection is sustained.
When you speak to individuals, is it important to make a determination if they seem to understand what you're asking them?
It is.
Why is that important?
Well, you just want to make sure that they can be interviewed, So make sure they can follow or track a line of questioning. So a lot of times during an interview, the beginning of the interview is just some really basic background stuff. We make sure that, people can speak clearly, that you can understand them. I asked a lot of questions at the beginning of interviews about, do you drink, do you use drugs, do you use those things? That's not going to prevent the interview, but it just gives me a better understanding of why questions may be answered the way they are.
Any concerns about your interview that you conducted with Alex Jackson about him not understanding what you're asking him?
No, I mean, that was a fairly lengthy interview, and at the beginning of the interview and at the end of the interview, he seemed to be tracking quite well and answering and seemed to understand what was going on.
And part of this investigation is that you subpoenaed medical records for Alex Jackson. Do you recall how much he weighed back on June 15th of 2021?
I believe he weighed 320 pounds.
And do you see Alex Jackson in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please point to that person and describe the color shirt and suit jacket that person is wearing?
Alex is wearing a dark-colored suit coat and a white and black striped shirt, button-up shirt.
Thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
The record so reflects.
There was a lot of topics that were talked about in this interview. One of them was about the defendant having a job or getting a job. Do you recall those discussions?
Yes.
And you talked to the defendant about if he had a job and if he was supposed to get a job. You remember those discussions?
Yes.
And what was your understanding or the defendant's response about if he was supposed to have a job?
He basically said that his father's expectation was that he needed to get a job.
And what did the defendant state about if he did not get a job, what would have happened?
He was potentially going to have to move out.
And then you also talked about the defendant's attending college. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That he attended the University of Iowa?
Yes.
And you guys talked about his first 2 years of college. Do you remember that?
I do.
And that you guys talked about grades and how well he was doing?
Yes.
Through this investigation, did you also get a copy of the defendant's transcript?
I did.
And what information did you see between the first year of the defendant attending University of Iowa to his second year?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, doesn't call for hearsay. It's not for the truth of the matter, but it's also not out-of-court statements. It's observations. In addition, those statements were obtained from business records from the university.
And there were I'm sorry.
Well, at this point, the objection is sustained.
Well, what did the defendant tell you about his grades?
He said they weren't going well.
And how did he say that they were compared to his first semester?
He talked about a decline, basically.
And did he state if he was still enrolled at the University of Iowa?
I don't recall his exact words regarding whether or not he was still enrolled.
And then he talked about this .22 rifle, about how it was being cleaned the day before with his father. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes,
And do you remember what he had told you or said what they were doing with this .22 rifle?
he said they had gotten the rifle out to clean it because the last time they had used it, it had been jamming up, and they were going to go use it in the future.
So meaning they wanted to prevent the gun from jamming.
Correct.
And also, did you hear the discussion that the defendant had with Officer Tim Brown?
I did.
And there was a discussion talking about Hero the dog.
Yes,
If the dog was an indoor or an outdoor dog. You remember that?
I do.
And do you remember what the indication of what type of dog Hero was?
He was an indoor dog.
There was this lengthy discussion about the defendant sleeping on the porch and being woken up by multiple gunshots. Do you remember that?
I do.
And do you remember how many shots the defendant said he heard when he woke up and then left the porch area?
10.
Seen in States Exhibits 61 through 116 are the crime scene photos from 4414 Oakleaf Court. In those photos, they show the shell casings of the .22 throughout the house. Do you remember how many shell casings were found downstairs in the basement area?
I believe there were 9.
And do you remember where there was a large group of shell casings found?
They were behind the sectional sofa, so it would be on the south side of the family room.
And so, if there are 9 empty shell casings in the basement, then how many shots were fired in the basement?
9.
And going upstairs into the master bedroom, there was also photographs that showed multiple shell casings in that area. Do you remember how many shell casings were found in the bedroom that had Melissa Jackson?
I believe there were 5.
And do you remember exactly how those shell casings were positioned?
Well, I remember several of them were right next to Melissa's body, which was on the floor, and they were in a kind of a tight group there. There may have been some a little closer to the doorway that I recall.
So, if there were 5 empty shell casings upstairs in the master bedroom, what would that indicate?
There were 5 shots.
So, help me with the math here. If there was 9 shell casings, 9 shots in the basement, plus 5 more shots upstairs, then when would the 10th shot have occurred?
Upstairs, it would have occurred in Melissa's bedroom.
And so the defendant stated that he left the porch after hearing 10 shots. Is that your understanding?
Correct.
And where again did the defendant say that he made contact with this alleged intruder?
Down in the basement near his father towards the bottom of the stairs.
And we've seen kind of photographs, but have you been at the residence at 4414?
I have.
Just approximately how close is the master bedroom to get down to the basement area?
Well, it's right outside the doors, the stairs that go down to the basement.
As you leave the master bedroom, can you immediately get down to the basement?
Yeah, you don't have to go through any other rooms.
Meaning, do you have to walk anywhere from the master bedroom to get to the stairs to get to the basement?
That's a good question. I don't believe you do. I think you just walk right out the door and you can start walking downstairs.
And what about the porch?
The screened-in porch?
Yes.
That is back in the back of the house through the kitchen, so you would have to walk through the main floor. It's kind of on the other side of the house, basically, but it's off the kitchen in the back of the house.
Do you remember what time the defendant stated that he went to bed the night before the shooting?
Yeah, I think he estimated around 11 p.m.
Do you recall where he said he went to bed at?
He said he was sleeping on that screened-in porch.
And once again, he stated that he was woken up to gunshots. Do you remember that?
Yeah, he said that multiple times.
And that he eventually made his way and encountered an alleged intruder down in the basement. Do you remember him saying that?
I do.
And that he was shot in the foot and then eventually crawled to his bedroom to call 911. Do you remember that story that he told you?
I do.
Do you know what time that 911 call went out?
8:21 a.m.
And once again, why did the defendant go to his bedroom?
to get his phone.
I think the interview speaks for itself and would be the best evidence of that.
Overruled, the witness can answer.
Once again, why did the defendant go to his bedroom?
He reported he was going to get his phone.
And at what time was that to call 911 again?
It would have been, 8:21 was the 911 call.
And do you recall what the defendant said, how soon he made that 911 call after his encounter with the intruder?
Right away.
And once again, where was the defendant sleeping?
On the screened-in porch, on the upper level, off the kitchen.
How far is the screened-in porch from the defendant's bedroom?
Well, the screened-in porch is actually above, the general area of his bedroom, so you'd have to go through most of the house, down the stairs, and then, no, I take that back, it's not quite above it, but it's on the opposite side of the house on the lower level from that screened-in porch.
And did you examine the defendant's phone?
I didn't forensically examine it, but I examined the data that was removed from it by Investigator Holst.
And when that data was provided from the defendant's home, what was discovered on it?
We discovered some activity on the phone that didn't correspond with the times that he claimed to have been sleeping.
Specifically, what time did you find activity?
So in between 6 and 7 o'clock, there were several things on his phone. There was, maybe around 6:25, there was some activity on an app that's, I believe it's called iFunny, which is just some short little videos. Around 6:53, I believe there's another documented activity, which is, someone Googling who played the Emperor and Empire Strikes Back or something similar to that.
So you found activity on a phone that was where the defendant stated it was in his bedroom, correct?
That's correct.
Even though the defendant told you he was sleeping on a porch.
Right.
A porch that did not have a phone from what the defendant told you.
Calls for speculation as argumentative.
The objections are overruled. You can answer the question.
He told me the phone was in his bedroom.
When dealing with cases such as homicides, is it important to see if you can find DNA?
Yes,
Are you familiar with what DNA is?
I am.
In fact, I think you've stated that you also work cold cases.
I do.
And is DNA important with helping you to crack open those cold cases?
Yeah, it's been useful in the past.
Have you used DNA to solve cold cases?
I have.
And just, I know you're not a DNA expert, and I'm not asking how it's tested or developed, but just to you, what is DNA?
Well, DNA is like a genetic fingerprint, is kind of the short answer of it. It's contained in every cell of your body.
And in your experience of dealing with, strike that, how many homicides have you investigated?
That's a good question. I haven't done the math, but I would say that I've been part of or led investigations more than 100.
And how many cold cases have you worked on?
Cold cases, far fewer, maybe. I think my unit's probably worked on like 8 of them.
Have you ever heard of touch DNA?
Yeah, I'm familiar with touch DNA.
What is it?
Touch DNA would be if the notion that if I touch the desk here, the dead skin cells would fall off, and then I would be leaving DNA everywhere I go. It's a popular, thing to talk about. Everyone thinks that touch DNA is everywhere, but in my experience, that's not the case.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What was that?
In my experience, that's not the case.
How so in your experience?
Well, I mean, I've sent lots of things to the lab to have them processed. Almost always, you have a successful return when you collect saliva, semen, blood. Almost 100% of the time, you'll get a full profile that you can compare one-to-one. When items are swabbed and there's no wet, bodily fluid there, we almost never get any DNA. That would include, basically everything. So although it's technically possible, in my experience, there's almost never touch DNA on things that we send to the lab.
Is it important to try to do a thorough examination of trying to locate areas that could possibly have DNA?
Yes.
And for example, if a case deals with a firearm used, is it important to swab this firearm to look for DNA?
Yes.
Where are the most important areas to swab and look for DNA on a firearm?
Well, the most important places where your hands would naturally be. So the trigger guard, the buttstock, or the grip, I guess, if it were a handgun.
And if you actually can find the firearm that is used in an incident, do you do that?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, it's kind of a poor wordy question. So in a case where you find the firearm that is used in that particular case, is it important to swab that firearm around those areas?
Yes.
And in this case, was that done so on that Browning .22 rifle?
Yes, it was.
I want to draw your attention to State's Exhibit 152. It's in that white binder that's in front of you that's already been admitted into evidence. So Investigator Denlinger, when you get a chance, just let me know when you're at State's Exhibit 152.
I'm there.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish State's Exhibit 152 for the jury.
All right, you may.
Investigator Bosenberger, I kind of want to go over State's Exhibit 150, Investigator Denlinger, I want to go over State's Exhibit 152 with you. We've kind of talked about this with other witnesses earlier. But when looking at State's Exhibit 152, just focusing on what was swabbed dealing with the firearm, can you tell me what swabs were taken and where they were taken from by this report?
I can.
Please do so.
Okay.
Just one at a time. Tell me what lab number 1 indicates all the way through lab number 5.
So lab number 1 would be a DNA swab taken from the corner of the ammo box. Lab number 2 would be DNA swabs taken from the trigger area of the .22 rifle. Number 3, DNA swabs from the breech block of the .22 rifle. Number 4, DNA swabs from the loading port of the .22 rifle. And number 5, DNA swabs from the magazine tube of the .22 rifle.
And why are those the specific areas that are swabbed to see if there's DNA?
Those would be swabbed because those are common areas that someone would need to touch to operate the firearm.
And so anywhere a firearm is used, this would be the most likely spot where DNA would be located.
Correct.
I want to go to page 2 of this document of State's Exhibit 152. And it does look like that there were some DNA profiles or potential information to develop DNA profiles of the defendants, Jan Jackson, Melissa Jackson, and Sabrina Jackson. When looking at the results of the examination portion of this report, can you tell me what those results are for number 8 and 9 through 11?
Number 8 was a DNA profile was developed from the known buccal swab of Alexander Jackson. And number 9 through 11 is labeled DNA profiles were developed from the known buccal swabs of Jan Jackson, Melissa Jackson, and Sabrina Jackson.
Investigator Denlinger, are you familiar with looking at DCI reports,
Yes.
especially reports dealing with DNA,
Yes.
such as a report like this?
Yes.
Have you seen reports like this multiple times throughout your career?
I have.
And when it says a DNA profile was developed from the known buccal swab of Alexander Jackson, what does that mean?
So the buccal swabs were collected. Buccal swab is nothing more than basically a Q-tip. You rub it inside the mouth, inside the cheeks, and so we took them directly from Mr. Jackson, and those are the known buccal swabs, kind of like a known print. We know exactly where they came from. So they developed a profile from his known buccal swabs, and they used that profile to compare it to evidence. In regards to the other parties, they used blood, but it would be the same process.
And like that, similar for 9, 10, and 11, where it says DNA profiles were developed from the known blood samples of Jan Jackson, Melissa Jackson, and Sabrina Jackson. What would that mean then?
The same thing. They developed those profiles so they have something to compare evidence to.
And so, looking further on the results of the examination, what are the results for the DNA swabs that were taken from the corners of the ammunition box?
Let's see here. No DNA profile was developed from the swabs on the corner of the ammunition box.
And with regards to this ammunition box, is this the same box that the defendant told you that he was handling the day before this incident?
Yes.
Were you surprised that there was no DNA located?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Well, again, it would, without any, bodily fluids on the box, we're talking about touch DNA, and as we've already covered, we don't ever get touch DNA.
And I want to go next to the result of number 3, which is the DNA swab that was taken from the breech block of the Browning .22 rifle. What were the results there?
Number 3, no DNA profile was developed from the swabs on the breech block.
And then looking at the result of number 4, which was the swab taken from the loading port of the Browning .22 rifle, what was the result there?
No DNA profile was developed from the swabs from the loading port.
I then want to look at the result of number 2, which was the swab taken from the trigger area of the Browning .22 rifle. What was that result?
The DNA factors detected from the swabs from the trigger area of .22 rifle were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
Have you seen that before in your experience dealing with these type of reports?
Yes.
And in your experience when you're dealing with these type of reports and that comes back, what does that mean?
That means they found some DNA. They can tell that there's DNA there. It's just too weak to compare to any one individual because it's just not enough.
And when it has a report like this, is this an indication if it is a single person or is there multiple people that could be on this result?
This would be a single person.
What do you see if there are multiple results of DNA found?
So if there were multiple, they would say there's a mixture of DNA, and then they would list the number of individuals, and then they would say, you know, if it's a long enough profile or if it's too weak for comparison. Sometimes multiple can also be too weak.
And then lastly, looking at the result of number 5, where it says the swab from the magazine tube of the Browning .22 rifle, what was that result?
The DNA factors detected from the swabs from the magazine tube of the .22 rifle were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
And kind of going back to the trigger area of the Browning .22 rifle, do you recall if there were actual fingerprints or palm prints found on that area?
Yes, there were.
And whose fingerprints and palm prints were on the trigger area of this rifle?
Alex.
The objection's overruled. You can answer the question.
Those prints belong to Alex Jackson.
In a case where there is some type of struggle or fighting between two individuals, is it important to get clothing, if you can, from either one of those individuals?
Yes.
Is it important to try to swab that clothing to see if you can find the other individual's DNA?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
I want to go back to page 1 of State's Exhibit 152. Can you tell me what lab number item 6 is?
Item number 6 is gray cargo shorts.
Can you tell me what lab number item 7 is?
A red polo shirt.
Who does the gray cargo shorts belong to?
Alex Jackson.
Who does, excuse me, strike that. Who owns the red polo shirt that was provided?
Alex Jackson.
And once again, let's go back on page 2 of State's Exhibit 152. When looking at the results of examination number 6, which is the gray cargo shorts, was DNA testing attempted on those shorts?
Yes, it was.
And when you look at that report, was DNA located on those shorts?
Yes, it was.
And it states that DNA testing was attempted on cutting of 10 areas. Have you seen that before?
Have I seen?
That type of description in these reports before?
Yes, I have.
And what does that mean exactly?
So what they will do is they'll take a physical little cutting of the material where they observe blood and process that little piece of fabric or whatever for DNA.
And when looking at the results of the DNA that was found on the shorts, whose DNA came back?
So on all 10 of those areas, it matched Alex Jackson.
Was there ever any other DNA located, according to this report, on those shorts?
No.
And lastly, sticking with State's Exhibit 152, looking at result number 7, what was tested here?
The red polo shirt.
And it looks like there was cutting on 2 areas. Was DNA found in these areas?
Yes, it was.
Whose DNA was found on this red polo shirt?
Alex Jackson.
And was there any other DNA located on this shirt?
No.
Investigator Denlinger, in your interview, you talked about this Ring doorbell at the Jackson residence, as well as other cameras on other houses in the neighborhood. Were you actually able to pull the clips from the Ring doorbells located at the Jackson home?
Yes.
And how many different cameras were there at the Jackson home?
There were 4.
Were you able to pull some type of footage from each one of these cameras?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Investigator Dedlinger, I'm handing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 154. Have you had a chance to review that USB drive?
I have.
And when reviewing that USB drive, does that contain clips from all 4 of the Ring doorbells taken from the Jackson home?
Yes.
And does that include clips, not only including what happened on June 15th of 2021, but on other dates such as June 14th of 2021, June 12th of 2021, June 11th of 2021?
Correct.
And does that USB drive contain all of that information that you reviewed and saw of the Ring doorbells taken from the Jackson home?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that State's Exhibit 154 be admitted into evidence, and I ask to be able to publish some of these clips for the jury.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then at this time, State's Exhibit 154 is admitted. And are you ready, Mr. Scheer?
Not yet, Your Honor. One second, please.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
Also, Investigator Denlinger, when you located this information, what were you able to discover about the times listed for the Ring doorbells?
They're 5 hours off, so we had to do the math.
And do the Ring doorbells for each one provide kind of a database or a list of what doorbell clip it is and then what time it is?
Yes.
So for record purposes, the first device, which there are 4 on State's Exhibit 154, device folder is 27286333. Clip number is 2021-06-15, time 11:47:18. Clip number 69738538334880573. When I said the time, 11:47:18, what is the actual time?
Be 6 o'clock or 6:47:18.
And how were you able to discover that the Ring doorbell was off by 5 hours?
Well, when they downloaded it, they're able to see that on the paperwork. It's got some sort of UTC number affiliated with it, and then you can also just pull up the video from the time that officers showed up and calculate that from the time the video actually says. So at 8:21, it's going to say, 5 hours fast, but that's a known time, so it's easy to calculate that. Also, on clips that, as you're watching it, clips that maybe indicate they're in the middle of the night, but it's light out, so those are in the evening, okay? And so everything that I watched matched up with that 5-hour calculation. So it's really easy just to, quickly subtract 5 hours and know exactly what time that clip's from.
And so, for example, you were able to take clips from Officer Buckles, Officer Brown, and Officer Barber and match their time on their body cam with times that you see them in the Ring doorbell.
Right, exactly.
Your Honor, if I may now publish the clip that I mentioned.
You don't want to repeat the full title?
If Kathy would like me, I can.
All right. All right, you can go ahead.
Just kind of stopping this clip. Where is this Ring doorbell camera set on the 4414 residence?
So this would be mounted just to the top, as you're standing in the street, it'd be the top right-hand corner of the garage door. This is one of those houses where the house is situated where it faces Oak Leaf Court, but the driveway faces the side street.
And using the mouser, what street is this, when you leave the driveway, what street is this going from, I'm going to say on this exhibit, from right to left?
That's not Oak Leaf Court. I'll be honest with you. The second I mentioned the side street, I forgot the name of it. So you'd have to help me out on that
Would it be
one.
Scarlet?
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
And do you remember what the rest of it is?
Well, it's also a cul-de-sac, so it's Court.
And then the street that's going from the corner of the right area where that Scarlet Road is going, I'm going to say north in the video, what street is that?
That's Oak Leaf Court.
And then you kind of can see a pillar next to this recycle bin. What's that pillar of?
I think that's a tree, actually.
You're right, I think it is a tree. Thank you. What's that tree next to?
That tree is next to the screened-in porch.
Okay.
Mr. Shear, were you done with that clip?
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Are you done with that clip?
That clip, yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Investigator, as you can see, there's quite a bit of clips here. So the next one I want to show you that's simply labeled 697399322088829, and the time that was designated on that is 12:16:41. What would be the actual time?
Is that in military time? I'm sorry.
That's his normal time.
Okay, so it'd be in the 700 hour. So what was the exact time again?
The time it has listed is 12:16:41 from June 15th of 2021.
So it'd be 7:16.
Just so we're clear, is this AM or PM we're talking about?
AM, Your Honor.
You ready to play this?
I am, Your Honor.
All right.
I am finished with that clip, Your Honor. Your Honor, the next clip that we have is labeled 697393635585725, taken from June 15th of 2021. Investigator, the time it's designated, it says 12:18:21. Once again, what would be the actual real time?
7:18 a.m.
Your Honor, if I may, publish.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor, for that clip. Investigator, in that clip and the previous clip, we saw a couple with a couple dogs. Were you able to tell if that was the same individuals?
It looked like the same individuals.
And the last clip that I just want to play on this device is clip number 697-413. Excuse me, 697-401-3087470869-309, taken from June 15th, 2021. Time listed is 13:33:50. Investigator, what would be the actual time there?
So that would be like 9 o'clock, basically 9. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the whole time you said.
I said 13:33, so what would 5 minus 13 be?
Say that again. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing what you're saying.
That's all right,
You
investigator.
said it's 1 o'clock, basically.
Yes, it's
Right.
basically, the clock says it's 1:33.
Okay, so that'd be 8:33 in the morning.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Your Honor, may I?
You may.
Turn that one up a little bit. Just pausing it real quick, investigator. Who is the individual on this clip standing next to what appears to be a flower pot with some pink flowers on the right side?
I believe that's Officer Corey Barber.
And then there appears to be two officers coming across Scarlet across the street from the 4414 residence. One has a K-9 with him. Who's the officer with the K-9?
Officer Curtis Buckles.
The big dog on the back porch. Yeah, and he would be making a shitload. 4414, is that right? 4414. 4414 is supposed to be the house number, correct? Alright, on the back side, it looks like there's people up someplace, so try to get eyes on that here.
Investigator Denlinger finishing that clip and also that camera view. I want to now move to the next camera, which is labeled as device 7259439. In the exhibit, it would be the second folder. The first camera view that I want to show you is from June 15th, 2021. It is labeled 69740132077526163. The time that it has listed would be 1:35 p.m. So once again, what would that be at real time?
8:33
Thank you.
a.m.
I just rang the doorbell. The caller hear it?
Investigator Denlinger, who was the officer that was seen in that video?
Officer Corey Barber.
And can you describe to us exactly where that Ring doorbell was located?
Yeah, that one's located right next to the front door, which is basically facing west.
The next video, same from June 15th, 2021, in the same view, I want to show you file number 6974013346976826659. Time would be 1:34:38 p.m. What would be the actual time?
8:34 a.m.
Your Honor, if I may.
You may.
I'm gonna check the other side here once.
Investigator Denlinger, I'd like to go to the third folder, which would be the third camera view, which is labeled device 757-65637. The first clip I would like to show you is from June 14th, 2021, clip labeled 6973-6962-735517-26469. Time is 5:03:24 p.m. What would be the actual time of this clip?
It'd be 12:04.
Investigator Denlinger, when looking at this view, where my mouse is pointed, there appears to be a home in the right corner of the cul-de-sac. Who owns this home?
That's the Yang residence, and I don't recall their first name.
And where is this camera view located?
So they have a camera on the front of their house near their door also that basically faces back towards the Jackson residence and then captures quite a bit of that Scarlet Court.
And I think you were talking about where the Yanks camera is located. I'm asking where this Ring doorbell that we're seeing.
I'm sorry, thank you. This particular camera is located under the eave, and it would be, as you're facing the Jackson residence, it would be to the left of the front door a little ways.
And then I want to move to a next clip on this view, which is labeled 697-401-351-2721-110917, taken from June 15th of 2021. The time would be 1:34:21 p.m. What would be the actual time?
It'd be 8:34.
Your Honor, if I may?
You may.
Thank you. We saw an officer briefly go by in that clip. Do you know which officer that was?
That's Officer Justin Kaczynski.
And I'd like to go to the last camera view, which would be the fourth file or folder in this exhibit, which is device number 77195874. The first clip is labeled 697-379-586-525-481-6-354, taken from June 14th of 2021 at approximately 11:29:46 p.m. So what would be the actual time?
6:29 p.m.
Your Honor, if I may?
You may, and you don't need to ask, for this exhibit anymore.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Denlinger, where is the camera view on this camera?
So this particular camera would be on the north and the east side of the residence. It's mounted on a balcony for the master bedroom, and it's sort of facing generally southeast. And that's Mr. Jackson obviously walking from right to left in the view.
And when you say Mr. Jackson, are you talking about Alex Jackson?
Correct, that's Alex Jackson.
And are you talking about the individual with the red T-shirt that's seen in this video?
Yes.
And the last camera view or clip that I want to play from this camera view is labeled 697-37962 689817 42178, taken from June 14th, 2021. Time would be listed 11:31:26 p.m. What would be the actual time?
6:31 p.m.
Close that right now.
Is that it for clips, Mr. Scheer?
It is for this one, Your Honor. Investigator Denlinger, as we could see, once again, there are multiple clips in a lot of these different views. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so, when you looked at the camera that overlooked Scarlett and Oakleaf Court, which was listed as the first folder, device 27286333, were you able to find different clips from different days besides June 15th of 2021?
Yes.
Meaning it appeared to be working correctly, not just on June 15th, but on prior days.
Correct.
And when you reviewed all of those clips from that camera view, did you ever see an individual running from the Jackson's home?
No.
Did you ever see a person running wearing black clothing and green shoes?
No.
Did you ever see a person running going towards Oakleaf Court traveling on Scarlett Road?
No one matching that description, no.
So you never saw anybody that matched the description of this alleged intruder?
Correct.
Moving on to the second folder, second camera view, which was labeled as device 7259439, which was the camera that directly viewed the front door. Did that also show different clips from different dates besides June 15th of 2021?
Yes, it did.
And did you review all of those clips?
Yes, I did.
And when you reviewed all those clips, did that ever show an individual leaving the Jackson home wearing all black with green shoes?
No.
Did you ever see anybody running out from the Jackson home, fleeing, that wasn't either Jan Jackson, Melissa Jackson, or Sabrina Jackson?
I did not.
And then looking at the third camera view, which was slightly to the right of the front door camera view, which was in the third folder labeled device 757-65637, were you able to grab multiple different dates that showed activity?
Yes.
And when reviewing all of those files, specifically the ones on June 15th of 2021, did that ever show anybody leaving the Jackson home wearing all black with green shoes?
No.
Did that ever show what appeared to be an intruder fleeing from the residence?
No.
And lastly, the last camera, which is from the backyard, which is the fourth folder, which is labeled device 77195874, Did you review all of its contacts?
I did.
And when you did that, besides the 2 clips that we played, which was from June 14th of 2021, were there ever any other clips that was pulled from that view?
No, there were only 2 clips.
So was there ever any clips that were pulled or found on June 15th of 2021?
No,
So you're able to find clips from the first one that overlooks Scarlet and Oak Leaf, is that correct?
correct.
And you're able to find clips for multiple dates overlooking just the front door.
Correct.
And you're also able to find clips for multiple dates for the camera that's slightly to the right of the front door is what you're saying as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so the only one that you cannot, that there is no others except for the 2 that we saw here in court is the back camera.
That's correct.
I want to just briefly show you some times from the Young's residents that are seen in State's Exhibit 6 from their Nest camera view.
And Mr. Shear, you'd like to publish these?
I would, Your Honor.
All right, and you don't need to ask, number 6 already been admitted, you can just publish, just make clear for the record what it is you're publishing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I was hoping there were going to be shorter descriptions, but it does not appear so.
These ones are actually a little shorter, Your Honor. First off, Investigator Denlinger, we have 5 clips shown on State's Exhibit number 6. Can you tell me what is designated by each one of these clips?
Mr. Shear, I think you said 6. Do you mean 5? Or all right, I'm sorry. I was confused. It says disc 5 at the top, so I confused myself.
So, Investigator Denlinger, when the first clip we have 0400 to 0500, what's that mean?
That's 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock.
And are these all clips that were taken from June 15th of 2021?
Yes.
And so when we go down, we have 045-953 to 05-5953. What does that mean?
It's just another hour of clips, or hour of video.
So does that basically mean 4:59 and 53 seconds a.m. to 5:59, 53 seconds a.m.?
Correct.
And so kind of as we continue on, this is basically we're going from 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to about 9.
Right, so basically you have, 4 o'clock a.m. till 9 o'clock a.m. covered on that camera, broke into 5 clips.
And so the first one I want to pull up is the clip from about 4 a.m. to the 5 a.m. And fast forwarding to 49 minutes and 7 seconds into the video, what would that then designate the time to be, Investigator Denlinger?
It'd be 4:49 in the morning.
And the purpose of this clip, we saw some sprinklers go off in the Young's home. Do you see those?
I do.
Next, moving to the time frame that's basically 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. Going about 17 minutes into the clip. About what time are we at now then?
Now you'd be at about approximately 5:17 in the morning.
And pausing this, looking straight ahead on the Nest camera, you can kind of see in the very top center a brick house being circled by our cursor. Whose house is that?
That's the Jackson residence.
And once again, what is the street that's going directly in front of the Jackson's residence?
Oakleaf Court.
And I'm actually talking about the street that is being shown with the cursor.
Okay, so that's Scarlet Court.
Thank you. And then moving on to
Your
the
Honor,
next.
I'm sorry, I think it's Scarlet Oak Court, Northeast, just for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next clip that's around 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Going about 17 minutes and 8 seconds into the video. What time are we at here?
It's about 7:17 in the morning.
It's kind of hard to see, but going to the top of the clip where our mouser is, directly to the right of a tree, we see a couple. Can you make out that couple?
Yeah, that's the same couple that were walking their dogs that we saw in the previous clips from the Jackson residence.
So that's the same couple that we saw in the previous Ring doorbell clips, which saw that couple dog walking on the Scarlet.
Right.
And lastly, sticking with the clip around 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., going about 28 minutes in. Did you hear that noise in the background?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
That was the squad car siren.
And if we had fast forward on this clip at about 32 minutes, what time are we at?
We're at 8:32 in the morning.
I know it's kind of difficult to see, but can you, in the corner, or not corner, the top portion approaching the Jackson home, there are individuals. Do you see those people?
Yeah, actually, there's 4 officers
That-
that are in view, but I see the 2 that you're referring to.
That was going to be my question. Do you know who those people were that were approaching the Jackson home?
Yeah, they're the same officers we talked about before. Officers Buckles, Barber, Tim Brown was with Kurt Buckles, and then Officer Kaczynski.
All right, are we done with these clips?
Done with these clips, Your Honor.
All right. Well, that's a good time to end. It's also 4:30. So ladies and gentlemen, ask that you be back here ready to go tomorrow at 9. Again, would remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously. Again, at the end of the day, I'm going to hit the high points again. Still more evidence to go, so keep an open mind. Don't discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Avoid any media coverage of this case, and no sorts of investigation by you about anything to do with this case. So, all right, thank you very much for your patience and attention today, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Anything needed on the record by the state? Mr. Johnson? All right, we'll close the record then.
Mic check. I'm having IFB problems. This has been a consistent issue with when I go live. Is that I can hear you, but I'm not sure if other reporters have been having this issue. But because I have to use the IFB, I don't have like hair to hide a Bluetooth device. I can't. It goes in and out consistently throughout the live shot. Union President Mike Moore says negotiations for this tentative agreement happened over the last 2 days. Around 150 members, he says, will vote on the new deal likely this Sunday. More than half, 51%, must approve the deal for the strike to officially end. Moore says he's lost sleep over the process. 3-2. In late December, Moore told me 3 different issues were keeping sides from a deal. Those included a proposed schedule change for maintenance workers, yeah, that's a perfect example of like I literally heard Beth's voice for like half a second. Not even. I completely lost. Marlon, you have to cue me. I can't hear anything in this IFB. Here's the phone.
Does your thingamajig work?
It's not working. It goes in and out. I can't tell you. I bought new wires and everything. It's not working.
I got one if you want to try it.
It's not the wire. It's the IF. It's whatever the headphone is or the jack or.
That's a bad look. This thing just ripped off. That's where I had my badge. You off. Okay. This is standby. This is go. Whew. Somewhere.
Well, it's quiet. I mean, it looks very similar to how it's looked probably the past 100 days since it's been cold, with signs and heated tents and whatnot. Union President Mike Moore tells me that this tentative agreement was negotiated over the last 2 days. Around 115 members, he says, will vote on the new deal, likely this Sunday. More than half, 51%, must approve the deal for the strike to officially end. Moore says he's lost sleep over the process.
We're going to Kristen now. Seconds.
Beth Nicole, it's pretty quiet out here. The picket line doesn't look any different than it has looked probably the past 50 days, really, since it's been cold outside. There's still a few people walking around carrying signs in the heated tent as well. Union President Mike Moore says negotiations for this tentative agreement happened over the last 2 days. Around 115 members, he says, will vote on the new deal likely this Sunday. More than half of his members, 51%, must approve the deal for the strike to officially end. Moore says he's lost sleep over the process. In late December, Moore told me 3 different issues were keeping the sides apart from a deal. Those included a proposed schedule change for maintenance workers, a requirement for employees to learn a new job in addition to their regular responsibilities, and no discipline for any actions on the picket line. Moore declined to share specific details about the agreement. Spoke with an ingredient spokesperson today. They sent us an email saying that they are pleased that the agreement for a 4-year contract has been reached, and they are hoping the members ratify the contract and return to work. Live in Cedar Rapids, Ethan Stein, KCRG TV 9 News.
Real quick.
Thank you.